Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. I hope you're well and happy Friday. It is Friday and the weekend starts here, okay? Maybe it's only morning where you are, but tomorrow is Saturday, so time to do something relaxing and stitching for one. For me, it's definitely working. And so I know, at some point, I will have to face the reality here. So today's a day. Somehow today I'm just inspired to do something about it with this piece, and so yes, we're back again. We're back again. So for those of you who don't know the situation, I'll give you a quick recap very soon, okay? But essentially, I kind of parked this piece for a little bit due to multiple incidents, including stitching a whole bunch of stitches in the wrong sort of, slightly offset, so wrong location, and also wiping my entire chart off my saga. Okay, so there are a few things, and so I had to park it aside and just have a think about it. But I think today's the day to hopefully to fix it, and I'll explain my strategy today, okay? And so why don't we start with salutation and greeting, right? And let's have a look. Let's see what we've got here to stitch with Yogi today. We have Raja. Oh, hello, Raja. I hope you're well and enjoying your Friday so far. And we have Gayla as well. Hello, happy weekend indeed. This is the start of the weekend, isn't it? And we have Lizzie as well, the top 3 stitchers today. Lizzie says, good evening, fellow stitchers. Had to use my brain. So need some voyeuristic and vicarious stitchness. Oh dear, that's a lot. You are going to find all of that here. Okay, Lizzie. And I hope you're doing well. Good evening to you. We also have Daria as well. Says happy stitchy friends, happy stitchy friends, Yogi and stitchy friends. Yes, and we have Suzanne as well. Hello, Suzanne. I hope you're doing well. And Sola is here as well. Yes, it's a Yogi time. All right. And Susan. Hello. Great to see you, Susan. And Sarah is also here as well. Great to see you, Sarah. And Chelsea's back with us. Great to see you. And Suki waving to the chat. And Susan is having downs, okay? Downters out there, all right? Susan says, I wonder if Yogi's come up with a solution. I can't. I can think of one. I know which one you're thinking about. Stop it, Susan. And very, very cheeky. And I need your guys' support, okay? This is going to be teamwork. I need your moral support for me to get through and see what I can do with this piece, all right? So let's have a look. And I just like to say hello to a few more before I start. I'm a bit scared. Betty's here. Betty, great to see you already. Yes, it's almost September, isn't it? So it's pumpkin season very soon. And Lynn as well says, hi Yogi, lovely stitches, and Cynthia as well. Hope you're well on this Friday. I wonder Lynn has done the Komari watching already today. I had a little peek today on Komari's channel, and she I don't think it's a live session, but she's stitching another piece, a new piece from Heaven and Earth as well. I think it's one of those AI artwork that she's stitching. And she's a changed lady, isn't she? She used to be sort of monogamous, sort of stitching one project for 2.5 years, 3 years, and now she's switching projects left, right, and center. It's a new Komari 2026. Ruby Rose, hello, and how nice. Ruby says, beautiful Yogi, so excited to see the project back on the hoop. Me too. I'm embracing the unknown, okay? I have a strategy in mind, but whether it's going to work well only time will tell. And Angela, hello, great to see you. And Mary Sola is also here as well. Great to see you. And Janine, well, right here on time. Are you home from the trip? I hope you had a really nice journey. And let's have a look. And Crafty Tabby Cat, great to see you. And Sarah VN and Tigers is back as well. And Rachel 5288 says hi Yogi and chat. And Love Drunk, great to see you. And who else have we got here? And all of you, thank you for joining me today. So. First thing first, I need to explain how I'm going to approach it today. Okay, so as I said, due to various accidents and errors on my part, okay, I take full responsibilities. This was actually my second start. The first piece. Well, the first version I started about 3 years ago. I had to give up after 2.5 years, okay, because there's some glitches on the chart I wasn't aware of. So what you're looking at here is the second start. I started last year sometime. When, I can't remember, maybe the chat can help me. But I started here with you, and you saw me starting from the center. Okay, let me show you the chart first. Oh, first thing first. This is the chart I'm stitching. Okay, this is a chart. It's a supersized chart. Okay, probably larger than GeckoRouge, than Heaven and Earth, typical Heaven and Earth. Sort of supersized. This is over 1,000. I think it's 1,100 something stitches width. And so this is quite a large project that I got from GeckoRouge about over 3 years ago. And it's an epic piece. So when I have to give up 2.5, after 2.5 years, I wanted to kind of start fresh. So the first time around, I started from upper left, where you see the letter C. It's a Scrabble piece there. And second time around, I'm starting from the bottom, where you can see the orange kitty there. That's why I started. Okay, so maybe that's going to help you to orient, what you're looking at on my fabric here. So second time around, and this happened, okay? So let me show you. So initially, there's some error happened with my stitching. Let me show you just this snapshot here, okay, just to remind you. So you're looking at the bottom center of this chart. So within the red square there that you're looking at on my chart, they're one block off from where they should be. So there's slightly 10 stitches offset to the left side. And I only realized that after I stitched all these sort of multicolor vertical lines that they're supposed to be color pencils. And so I basically did a sort of longer distance travel to the left, just stitch, kind of stitch what I like. It was kind of my stitching method for this piece, and just travel to locations of interest and just keep stitching there. So I spent some time here. You probably remember the regulars. And so it took me a while, maybe a few weeks into stitching this area, that I realized the whole thing is slightly offset on my fabric. So so that was when I kind of parked this piece for a little bit and tried to figure out what I wanted to do. But I decided to come back. I don't know whether you remember. We came back, right? And everybody went, yes, okay, just keep going and just deal with the frogging if you decide to frog later on. And I settled with that. And then what happened was, let me show you. This happened. So one day, I don't know what I was thinking. I just wiped my progress on my chart completely off. So I was left with a blank chart. I didn't know how to proceed. So second time around, I decided to park it for a little bit. So that's kind of, where we are up to this point. I have a blank chart, nothing's marked. I'm not able to retrieve my previous progress. And then I have about 2,000 stitches waiting for me to frog if I do decide to frog. I don't know any other alternative at this point. So at some point I will come back to this area and do something about it. Okay, so this is where we are. So today, okay, what are we doing today? So today I decided that I am going to move forward with a chart without marking, try to, look at the stitches and try to mark my chart. Instead, I think what I'm going to do is to pick a spot, and that spot being maybe around here, okay? And this is where the evil crab, the green crab is, okay? I'm tackling the root of the problem. I think it's the evil crab that has been cursing me. Okay, let me show you what it is I'm talking about. If I turn on the markup, okay, so you can see the entire piece on my fabric here. This is the location I'm going to be focusing on today. There's an orange kitty, and under her belly, there's this little evil-looking crab that's been staring at me, okay? And so I think my strategy would be stitching this part, hopefully focus on this area and maybe finish the green crab, and once the green crab is stitched, maybe, just maybe, the curse is going to go away. This is my strategy, okay? And I think it makes perfect sense. This little crab has been staring at me for so long, and it's about time that I tackle it. So it's a little bit like computer games. You have to fight the boss. So this is a big boss. Once you beat the big boss, the rest is easy. So, and in terms of how I'm going to progress, okay? You probably be asking, well, nothing's marked on your chart. Indeed, nothing's marked. And I'm not going to mark anything at this point. I am going to pick a spot from here, maybe from the base, and start stitching slightly different way. I am going to maybe follow block by block. I have not decided whether I'm going to park yet. I will park if it makes sense, but I am going to move one block at a time. And the reason I want to do that is so I can mark my chart and update it block by block. Instead of trying to go in and try to do all this, I'm not going to last. So I'm going to start small from the base here and start to build stitches. So I'm not going to, well, at this point at least, I'm not going to do long distance travel at this point. From this point on, I'm going to focus on this green crab project. Green crab, okay? I am going to do block by block, filling every single block and update the stitches as I go. So basically divide and conquer, because there's no chance I will be able to go and mark orders bit by bit. And this is 28 counts, by the way. First time around, I was stitching 25 counts. And second time around, this is 28 counts, so stitches are very small. And so parking has not been sort of, did not really sort of entice me. So the parking has not been sort of a thing that I do on 28 counts. But who knows? Maybe parking will make a little bit more sense this time around. So I'm going to tackle block by block. So what do you think, Chad? Does it sound like a plan? I think it sounds like a plan because it tackles two things. One is the problems that you may have. It's slightly risky when you travel too far at a time. Maybe someone's as skilled as some of you, or maybe Nikki, and you'll be able to travel far away without creating problems. But for me, it's a risk. It's great fun to do. But the second thing, it addresses the charting problem. here. So it will help me to focus on one small area at a time and then fill in my chart on my app as I go. So the percentage of the entire chart and maybe the stitch counts are not going to be correct for quite a while as I'm working to address the problems with the chart. So this is where I am. I think it's kind of working. I'm feeling, confident, but I don't know about you. There are a few suggestions of solutions, including, throwing it in a fire pit. And luckily, I don't have a fire pit, so I couldn't do that just yet. But I think this will help me to move forward. And in terms of the stitches I need to frog, I will come up with a solution and maybe tackle a little bit at a time as well. And but it's going to take a long time before I have to come back here, so I'm not going to worry about it for now. So it's about addressing one thing at a time, and hopefully I will be able to move forward with this piece. I really love it. I really love it. So it's a really interesting chart and full of mysteries, and I love it. So this is what I'm going to do. And Susan says, Yogi, is the pink blob in the wrong place? Yes, you can tell. So the pink blob being this bit, okay? This blob from this point on should be one block closer. You see the problem? So for some reason, I miscalculated the counts. So this block should be on the block to the right there. So this is the whole issue here. One block off from this point on. So up to this point, I'm safe. I'm correct. So I am going to ignore everything from this point to the left and come back to tackle it later on, maybe in 15 years time. Okay. And something like that. So, let me know what you're working on today. Hopefully not as complex and, and tricky as mine. But, I'm hopeful. And, doing one block at a time would be a kind of new experience with this project as well. So come join me. And let me just zoom in a little bit so you know what I'm doing. I think I'm going to start around here, because I actually marked my chart, so I know where to start. So I marked a few stitches here. Can you see that? So it's around this area. So it will help me to identify where I am on the chart. All right then. So this is my plan here, and hopefully it will give you some idea about what I'm trying to achieve with this piece. And let's see if it works. I think it will be fine. It's a very conservative, quite a safe way to move forward. And Michelle, hello Michelle. And Barlow, the bunny, is also here. And Chrissy, the true crime junkie, is also here joining us. And Joyce as well. Joyce is stitching this piece, okay? Joyce Stitchy Dutchy, 2056. Read out the entire handle. And yes. Oh, Joyce likes it. And that makes me feel better because Joyce is very logical. Let me have a look. And Joyce says, good plan. After you stitch the crab and see it really is it's a house. Do not lie to me, Joyce. It's a crab, okay? It's green, it's a crab, and it's staring at me. And yes, I'm hoping once I address the crab issue and the curse will be dissolved, okay? And that's my plan. So thank you, Joyce. And, okay, you maybe some of you think it's a cottage, whatever it is. You do you. I think it's an evil crab. All right, so I am going to start here and start stitching. I'm very excited. So I know exactly where I'm going to start. And let me know what you're working on as well. Let me just adjust the setting here a little bit. I think the borders are a little bit thick. Let me have a look. Where is the border? Yes, it's here. I just want to make the borders, maybe change the colors. Maybe make it pink. That's good. All right then. I have not touched this piece for so long. I'm very excited actually. So with GeckoRouge, you get everything from them. So this piece of fabric, 28, I had to get it myself for the second, for the restart. But the threads and everything all came from GeckoRouge. I think they're DMC. So no problem there. So I'm going to start with number 22. Of course, you don't know what that is because GeckoRouge has got their own numbering system. So they don't show you the DMC colors. But it's number 22. Let's go. Let's go. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm feeling hopeful. And I think it's going to be fine. Because once you start, you know, if I start to stitch a larger area and eventually in about 100 years time, when I stitch every part of this chart other than the color pencils to the right there, the problem would seem so small, wouldn't it? It would seem like a nothing burger. Because, you know, by then, I will be completing this piece very soon. And I probably wouldn't mind frogging a little bit, you know. And also in 100 years' time, I'm sure the technology is going to catch up and we will have frog machine. So I'm hoping, you know, for the best. Let me just strengthen the lines a little bit so I can actually see. So let me have a look. I think it's here. So I'm going to start from the bottom and nice and steady. I'm going to start my first stitch after how long? Months now. I can't remember the last time I stitched this piece. It's been a little bit. And Kelly, great to see you. And Alec has joined us as well. And let's have a look. Oh, Busy Mom is reporting from Work Club. And Salita, hello. Great to see you. And who else have we got here? If I have not said hello to you, and just give me a little wave, okay? And yes, and Joyce, how are you doing with this piece? I know you have like 200 new starts since the last time I spoke to you, but yes. I was quite floored when I found out Joyce actually got this project as well. I'm excited as well because I'm excited when I find, you know, when I discover anybody is stitching this piece, because it's one of those projects probably not that many people are working on. So I'm going to mark my stitches quite mindfully, and then maybe mark the surrounding stitches that have been done as I move forward, slowly updating the chart, hopefully. Lynn says, Yogi, that's your £400 piece. No, Lynn, it's over 500. I know. Plus shipping. Shipping was about £25. Yes. But, and that's, of course, that's you know, a good reason to come back. But also, I love this piece. I was so obsessed with this piece when I saw it on GeckoRouge. So despite the crazy price, I decided to get it and never look back. So I am going to mark these stitches here. I think it's going to work. I probably won't park. I'm not getting that parking vibe. I'll probably do not color completion, kind of just focusing within a block, or just follow the colors without leaving too much sort of, you know, empty stitches behind. I think it will probably help me. And Suzanne says, still think the fire pit is the answer. All the doubters, okay? I know you. It's okay. Doubters will be doubters, okay? And Suzanne can go and join Susan and maybe Janine as well. You can form a club. And let's have a look. Alex says the fabric looks gridded and non-gridded at the same time. Are you referring to my fabric? Yes, it's non-gridded fabric from DMC, 28 counts, but I'm gridding with a pencil. So I have not worked on this piece for a little bit, so the lines are slightly fadey. So I will kind of redraw them as I move forward. So pencil lines, at least this one, it does, they fade after a little bit, so. But I can see them, I can see them. It's quite good, feeling quite good to come back to this project. And that one as well. And I am going to stop here. I don't want to travel too far. Let me just roll my fabric out this way. Let's have a look. And let me know what you're working on today. Chelsea is working on mini wide angle hair by Hate. Try to say that when you have a couple of drinks. Yes, very nice, very nice. It's a mini, is it? 22 going back. Okay, 22. I've got my needle ball here as well. So it will help me. So I am going to mark a few stitches here just to catch up on these ones as well. Or maybe not. Let me leave it for now. It's too fiddly, too fiddly. I don't want to make mistakes. And luckily this area isn't too confetti, so hopefully it's going to be nice and steady stitching. So 68, 68. Ruby Rose says, I love your plan, Yogi. One block, one step, one day at a time. Yes, I think that makes sense. Sometimes it just, you know, things start to look really overwhelming and really complex when you're trying to do everything and try to fix everything. So I decided it kind of, you know, it took a while to have the clarity in the head. And now I just realized, you know, the strange thing today, when I look at, you know, the part that is offset to the left, when I open a fabric today and had a look at it, it looks so small. It looks so small because in my mind, I probably enlarge the area about 5 times minimum. And when I looked at it, I was like, oh, it's not too bad. You know, at some point I can probably fix it. So sometimes when you have a problem, instead of, you know, maybe trying to force your way through and try to find a solution, sometimes just give it some time and insight will come. So I'm drawing live lessons, you know, from this experience. And to be honest, I'll be totally honest with you, restarting wasn't off my menu. I seriously contemplated and thought about it. But then it dawned on me, if I were to restart, do I just repeat what I'm doing here? Or what other new experience can I, create for this piece? I went from 25 counts to 28. Okay, that's different. And I went from upper left corner to bottom center. That's a new experience. But other than that, eventually I'm going to run out of corners to start. And then what do I do? So I decided maybe the answer isn't to throw everything away. Maybe the answer is to find a creative solution. So here we are. And Susan is working on a traveling library and says, I found I can listen, see you, but I can't see the chat. Interesting. Why is that then? When you open the stream, you should have the chat open as well. Maybe if you re-enter the stream, that will help. And Betty says, I'm just starting a new project, a Halloween one, and it's not a full coverage. Not sure how long my mind can stitch on it. Halloween, yes, the festive stitching, I think it's officially starting maybe a month before, isn't it? So, well, probably a lot of people already started, but September seems like a good month to start. I can't remember when we started the Halloween stitching last year. Maybe sometime September. Time flies, isn't it? And Chrissy, the true crime junkie. And talking about true crime, are you following the Clancy, Lindsay Clancy trial? Is still being deliberated. Maybe the verdict is going to come during the live stream. And she says, I'm working on mystical mythology by Pain-Free Crafts. Grace, hello Grace. Grace says, hi Yogi and everyone. And if I had this pattern, I would give up on all the others. Oh, really? I thought you would just give up. No, you would give up others. Well, for a while, Grace, that's what happened when I first got it. I basically stitched this piece. Nowadays, you know me as, kind of freestyling with my choices every day. Let me just find something to clip this fabric on the side there. It's rolling downwards. I need it to be up so it doesn't get in the way. Yeah, so you kind of, nowadays you know me as switching, different projects every day. But for a long while, for about 6 months, I was stitching this project every day, every single day, because I was so obsessed with it. And it's such a large pattern. And I just wanted to move forward, as fast as I could. And I stitched this piece for about solidly every day for 6 months. And until I couldn't anymore. I was so fed up with it. I got burnt out. So maybe some stitchers, can just stitch the same piece every day. No problem. They love it. For me, it's difficult. Lefty says, I don't really see a crab either. I see a house with 2 chimneys. Liar, Lefty, do not lie to Yogi. It's a crab with 2 big eyes. Have a look at this. Have a look at this, guys. I don't lie to you. Have a look at this. Which part of it is not a crab? It is a crab. Big eyes, looking really angry, with 2 claws, whatever it's called. They've got little hands waving up, trying to catch me off guard. And evil crab, I'm talking to you. You got me a couple of times, but now is revenge time. I am going to deal with you, okay? So it's you and me. And I am going to come out victorious, okay? I promise. And the curse is going to go away afterwards. And Suzanne is working on a new stamp kit called Gorgeous Hummingbird by Painting Fairy, okay? And, oh, just arrived today. How exciting. And what fabric count is that? I think if I were to do a stamp kit, hopefully at some point, I would probably either go for 14, but then I have a lot of 14 pieces. I think the highest you could go with stamp kits is about 18, isn't it? I might do an 18 count. I don't know. It might be interesting, as long as the symbols are readable. I would like to try it at some point. Joyce is working on Autumn Squirrels from Painting Fairy. Is that a new one? Joyce, you know, your bottomless drawers, they're getting bigger. And Autumn Squirrels, is that a one? It's not a one Janine is stitching, is it? Because Janine is stitching, oh no, they're bunnies, not squirrels. What happened to that piece, Janine? That piece is quite cute. It's got a little bunny and squirrels as well. And Chelsea says, Yogi, I'm glad you're streaming. You're keeping me from refreshing my school app constantly to see if I pass or not. Oh, Chelsea, it's a waiting time, is it? Oh, it must be, you know, quite nerve-wracking. Do not worry. It will come through and you will be victorious, just like Yogi. No problem. We would keep you distracted. You know, we'll probably talk about, I don't know, pizza or something. It will be fine. Look at this piece. A lot of stitches in one row. How refreshing. And Lefty says, I've been teaching myself how to knit a sock for the past few days, starting over 3 times so far. Are you following instructions or tutorials? Or are you inventing a new way of stitching socks? I mean, stitching socks is very tricky. We have some master sort of sock stitchers in this group, but I'm hopeless. You know, I suffer from the fact that my tension is terrible. So my 2 socks, if I ever get to the 2 socks, there will be different sizes. And also, a lot of times I end up with 1 sock because I stitch 1 sock and then I lose interest and I don't stitch the other sock. But stitching socks is tricky. But it's fun, right? Because it looks impossible. It's such an odd shape to knit. Our feet just don't make sense, do they? Chelsea says, I've been waiting for 4 hours. Every time my phone goes off, I jump. Oh dear. It's like if you go for audition, or, you know, sometimes yoga teachers have to go to auditions, and also it's a little bit like if you go for a job interview, waiting for them to come back to say, if, you know, to tell you if you get it or not. I know the feeling, but it's exciting, you know, at the same time, because it's very exciting when they say, yes, we want you. It will be fine. It will be fine. So is it coming through tonight? And Susan said, I never say burn it. I bet you did. I bet you did. Do not lie to Yogi. I know you, Susan. And Janine says, no, I don't think you should go on the fire pit, but I do think it should be easy to fix that pencil part. Well, I wouldn't say it's easy. I think it's probably easier if it was on a larger sort of, you know, lower stitch count, fabric count. but 28 is tricky, it's tricky. So, but I'm not going to worry about that for now. I'm going to just enjoy this piece as it is. And then, by the time I get to it, it's going to be such a small problem. It's all about perspective, isn't it? At the moment, it looks big. But even today, as I said, it looks smaller than how I remembered it. It will be fine. It will be fine. I love this piece. I want to finish it at some point within this century, hopefully. Tanya says, good evening, Yogi, and good evening to you, Tanya. And she says, what a great piece. I love all the things happening in it. And I'm working on caterpillar, cross stitch, gingerbread, lane, gingerbread lane stitch along. Yes, they do a lot of sawls, don't they? And their patterns are quite, well, I wouldn't say simple, but quite fun. And, it's a very nice stitch. I actually joined their British Isle adventure a few years ago. And I have not finished that piece just yet. We need to do side quests, seriously, guys. I know I need to get my act together and stop being too busy teaching. I need to find a balance between stitching with you and doing other things, main jobs. Jobs get in the way. Hopefully September is going to cool, slow down a little bit. The summer has been really busy. And let me double check. Oh no, oh my God, I need to read my chart really carefully. I wanted to repeat this bit again. And that's what I did. That's how I ended up with one block off, because I just stitched the same stitches twice in 2 blocks. So it basically offset my entire piece. Ooh, dear. Okay, stop. I need to come down here and mark these stitches. Okay, it's doable. Kelly says, Yogi, if you decide to frog, I recommend a seam ripper and tweezers. Yes, I've got both. And I think last time when we talked about frogging, Lona actually recommended a kind of scissors. I think I don't know whether they're meant for sewing, but they're identical to what surgeons use to cut the sutures off. So it's got kind of a curve and quite sharp. So hopefully it's going to help. But I have not got those scissors yet. I'm also worried that it might cut, the fabric if you're not careful. So I'm not gonna worry about that for now. I will think about it. Oh, Sola's scroll frames arrived yesterday. How exciting. They are beautiful, aren't they? Those wooden frames. So congratulations. 2 more. 1, 2. Lynn says, personally, I'm not keen on GeckoRouge. I think they're weird. Yes, they are unique. They kind of pride themselves as sort of modern cross-stitch pattern. Well, you can interpret it all you want. So they don't have those more traditional looking, like, the cozy Christmas. Well, maybe they do. I don't know their entire catalog. But they tend to be more sort of unusual pieces. Some of them, I do question. I have questions. Some of them I do go, oh, I'm not sure, I wonder if anybody will want to stitch that. But lo and behold, there must be, because they're selling them. So they have their own sort of niche collection of artwork they chart. Mandy Moran says, hi to everyone. Hi to you. Sola is also, she says, I've joined a Halloween Athon. Oh, like in Stitch Along thing on Discord. Huh. And Lynn Burgess says, hi, Yogi and chat. Yogi, so pleased you have come up with a solution to move forward. So proud of you for not giving up. Thank you so much, Lynn. And, you know, sometimes it takes a little bit of time for the mind to find, you know, to be in the right state of mind to do it. And I'm glad I didn't rush because, you know, right afterwards, you know, the whole thing happened, the chart was wiped out, etc. I was slightly overwhelmed when every time I thought about this piece, I would just, it's more like a headache, you know. But now I'm quite hopeful and I'm really enjoying these colors. And I'm just glad I'm going to tackle this crab, you know. I'm going to stitch it and it won't be bothering me anymore. Solar says the mutant needs a house. No, Solar, do not lie to me. Janine says 14 count. All right, nice. Janine says, no, I have a bunny. It's been time out a little bit. Yes, that piece is quite cute, isn't it, Ginny? You should bring it out. Where am I? I'm over here. 3 stitches. Am I? Hang on. 3, okay. And 1. I have to be quite mindful. So I'm not going to be doing sort of long distance cross country for a bit until everything's settled. You know, all the charts, the entire chart is kind of updated before I decide what to do with that. But for now, I'm going to be conservative. Joy says, I'm going to switch to the craft cupboard just for the chance of hitting a spooky bingo. Go for it. Go for it. Yes. Oh, that's true. The only chance I'm going to have spooky bingo with this chart, because it's not DMC, is for Joyce or anyone stitching the same piece as me. Go for it. Yes. And this piece has got 149, so just under 150 colors. So there's a good chance, you know, we're going to have a spooky bingo. Salita says, Yogi, if it's a crab, then where the big claws for it? Oh yeah, can you not see them? They're so huge. They're going like this, trying to scare me. Can you not see it? Lona, hello Lona. I just mentioned you. Lona says, hi Yogi and Stitchy friends, hope every day is a good day indeed. And I hope you're well and mom is well. Yes, Alex says Yogi and me are major sufferers of second sock syndrome. Yes, exactly. It's because my attention span is limited. So, you know, if I have a new pattern, I'm really excited, like a sock, you know, sock pattern or whatever. So I would do one, and then my mind would go, well, but if I stitch the second one, basically I'm just repeating exactly the same thing as the first one. So that's when very often I just lose interest. I know. unless they can come up with a sock design that they're two different ones, you know, so you have sort of different challenges when you stitch the second one. Or maybe they can introduce a way of stitching identical socks, but maybe different directions. You know, maybe the instructions should give you sock 1, you stitch from the bottom up, and sock 2, you do it different way. And then maybe I would be interested in doing it again. Chelsea says result should be tonight or Monday. Or Monday, so you have to wait, you know, full in time weekend. Yes, deep breath, no problem. I'm sure you'll be just fine. And Limber just says, I'm working on my new start with, which is a dimensions paper chart, flowers in Paris. I know that one. I think I have it. I remember whatever it is, the Ada of that piece is quite stiff. I don't know about yours. I have that piece, and I need to dig it out somewhere. I had it years ago. It's a beautiful piece. Very subtle color. Susan. Oh, so Susan recommended the Elisha frog. Okay, then I will be doing that in a couple of decades time. Okay, not yet. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I'm not exactly doing block by block. It kind of makes sense for me to just flow with these stitches because they're all together. Monique says hello, and Yogi, is it a start over again? No, Monique. Look at me. I'm moving forward with it. It's not a new start. I think I found a way to tackle it. Joyce says just start with the second sock. This is one of those, you know, gold nuggets from Joyce. It just makes sense. Yes, just start with the second one. Then you don't have problem with the second sock syndrome. It makes perfect sense. Jeannie says, I'm kind of surprised you got this one with the creepy floating doll heads. Yes, me too. You know, for those of you who would sort of follow me for a little bit, you know that I have kind of doll puppet phobia. Okay, I don't like those. I don't like eyes. You know, I don't stitch human figures. You probably figured out that you know, all my patterns, most of them, well, 99.9% of them do not have any living creatures in them other than, you know, animals. And but this piece, for some reason, yes, I did have a little look around, and there's some heads and dolls, puppets, you know, weird creatures. But for some reason, I just loved it so much. It's just full of wonder. I know. I was spellbound. I didn't see the crab though, because, you know, there's so many things I didn't get to discover, and I bet probably tons more, even after so many years having this pattern. Okay, I'm gonna end this thread here because I'm running out of threads. So I think it's quite nice that I'm kind of establishing the baseline here. So this is the bottom border right here. I'm coming to get you, evil crab. You watch me. Betty, oh, GeckoRouge patterns, are they on Etsy? I think you can only get them from their website. Tanya says, I'm still dreaming of my first full coverage. I know my limits and love to all crafts. So I need to select carefully. One on knitting socks, I do 30 to 40 pairs per year. Comfort, knitting 30 to 40 pairs a year? Do you wear them, Tanya? And Tanya, by the way, if you're looking for the first coverage, Yogi's first chart is coming out, okay, in the next few days. So maybe take that into consideration. Full coverage, and it's got a kitty in the pattern, okay? No socks, no socks in the pattern. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep going. Just establish the baseline. Let's have a look. 68. I'm gonna keep going with 68. And these are strong colors as well, so they're easier to stitch. Let me just take one more. Tanya says, for me, the crab looks like a frog. Well, there you go. You know, it's in the eye of the beholder. So, you know, I see a crab, you see a frog, you know, let's call the whole thing off. Catherine says, hello, I'm currently attempting to adjust the new entirely different version of markup RXP. Has it come out? Has it been launched? We were talking about it maybe just yesterday. I knew it was coming out this weekend. Is it weekend already? Let me have a look. I hope it's good. Is it good? Sola says, Yogi, can you point out the claws for us? Yes, I can. Can you not see it? Oh dear, guys, you know, let me show you, okay? What I'm up against. This evil crab has been staring at me for so long. Let me show you the claws. Look at this, the eyes, guys, look at the eyes. It's you know, overwhelming, and little claws. Can you see on the side, just by the eyes, little claws going, Yogi, I'm going to get you. You know, it's mocking me, those claws. Can you not see them, Lizzie? They're right there, okay? Oh, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I will beat you, evil crab. I play Minecraft, okay? I beat the dragon. I beat the dragon. So I will beat you too. I will get you. Can you not see it? Strawberry. No, Lefty, they're claws, okay? Stop it. Just because it's green doesn't mean it's strawberry. It's a crab with claws going, Yogi, I'm coming at you. No, you're not. Lynn says, Yogi, GeckoRouge have got the peas to buy grilled cheese. Yes, grilled cheese peas. Yes, Lynn, do you like it? I might gift it to you for Christmas. You know, you and Molly, and And Lynn says, I'll be happier eating cheese sandwich than stitching. Yes, I mentioned that piece. And there are two pieces. They're kind of slightly puzzling. I think both of them are by the same artist. And sincere apologies to the artist. I'm sure they're really, really interesting, but it's just not something, it's quite puzzling having them turn into a stitching chart. So there are two pieces. One is a kind of a cheese melt, toasty, as a pattern. And it's not full coverage. It's literally just a cheese toasty. And I'm sure it's quite delicious, but I'm just not sure who will want to stitch, like a cheese sandwich. But it's just me, just me. Suzanne says there's one you can do one long sock, then split them. Oh, really? What do you mean long sock? So I know there are methods that you can stitch both socks at the same time, like a little bit on the left, a little bit on the right at the same time. So you don't get bored, stitching one. And yes, I bet, I'm probably not the only person suffering from one sock, syndrome. I'm sure a lot of people do. So there must be a lot of creative solutions for that in terms of stitching method. Okay, this one's just here. Cindy reporting from the work club. Great to be here. And I will be stitching for you, okay? Any one of you, if you're in work club, I've got you covered. I'm stitching the green crab for you. Lefty says I don't match socks anyway. A different sock is okay for me. Yes, maybe you can have like, 2 or 3 different patterns and just do one sock at a time. And I think socks are fine, right? They don't have left or right. So, they were identical on both sides. So you can just stitch 2 different patterns and make them a pair. Alex says, I knit socks in one big tube. So I knit calf down, do the heel and toe, then don't cast off and do a couple rows of waist yarn to do the second sock, toe up. Oh, interesting. So basically, you don't finish one before you start the other. I think that's probably the trick, because once you complete one side, you feel like you've done it. And the curiosity is not there anymore, at least for me. 1, 2, 3. Let me just draw this line a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ginny says, I don't think I would I'll be able to take time to stitch a grilled cheese sandwich. Yes. How about kale? How about some nice kale? Grace says, Yogi, you can also start a new fashion trend and wear one sock. Okay, so what happened to the other sock? So basically one foot, one leg with a sock. How about 2 different socks at the same time? I think it's a thing. You know, one long one, one short one pink, one blue. Limbo just says, Yogi, perhaps you can help me out with the back stitching. How would you do the long section? Oh, do you mean long section? How do you mean by that? Is it like a straight line or is it diagonal? Because straight line is easy. You just keep going. I did run into not problems. I didn't know how to do it properly with one of my pieces. That you have to take the cross, back stitching, cross multiple rows, but not hitting the corners, if you know what I mean. Because if you stitch diagonal back stitching, you tend to go into diagonal corners somewhere where you can anchor your thread in, your needle in, and then come out again and build a straight line. But there were occasions in one of the 14 count stitching kits I've got, I run into patterns that want me to cross over, I think 3-4 stitches, but as you take your thread over, they're not hitting the corner. So it means that the stitch has to be quite long, which means the thread is going to be floating above the stitches, which I don't like. So I had to look up a tutorial for that. But straight line is quite easy, isn't it? Straight line, you have to make a decision how long you want your back stitching to be, whether it's cross, one stitch at a time, or 2, or maybe 3. I think 2 is my comfort zone. 2 I can do. I don't like it too long because the thread is kind of just floating on top. Betty says, Gecko is on Etsy. Are they? Are they being sold on Etsy as well? I didn't know that. And see you later, Sarah. Okay, 3 stitches from the left. And then 3 stitches down. Well, some stitches, they're still insisting it's actually a cottage. No, it's not. It's a crab. Hey, Lindsay. Lindsay says, hello, Yogi and friends. About to feed Nora and hoping she will actually sleep after not sleeping at all today so I can do some stitching. Yes, exactly. Time to sleep, Nora. So mommy can do some stitching and relax, Oh yeah, I saw your post. Lindsay had a little bit of accident today with one of her webs. What did you spill on the fabric? Is it like a sugar drink or tea or something? It's all brown. And did you manage to wash off most of it? Just from the picture, I think it looked much better after you washed it. Oh dear, one extra stitch. Very naughty, Yogi. Stop it. Check the chart before you stitch. I just did one extra. Hey, Kel, is it Kel's Craft? Hello. And she says, I think is she. She says, hi everyone, happy to be here to meet you all. My first live chat. Great stitching, Yogi. Love your channel. But can I ask, how many projects do you have on the go altogether? Oh, that's a great question, isn't it, chat? That's one of our favorite questions. How many have I got? I think currently active sort of webs, I probably have just over 20, because there are a couple of them I have not stitched for a little bit, so I don't want to count them. But the ones the kind of active on my rotation here, random rotation, okay, I think is about 20. So just over 20, I think. I have not really counted for a little bit. And welcome. So I think Joyce, with this piece, you started from upper left, right? And are you, because I haven't seen your recent update since, you know, maybe a couple months ago. Are you moving diagonal or kind of page by page? Because Joyce has done a lot for this piece. Janine says socks need to match. Says home, Janine. No, they don't need to match. You just need to wear them. The function of socks to keep your feet warm, okay? So whatever works. They don't need to match. Ginny says it messes with my OCD when people can't take time to match their socks. Well, maybe they do that deliberately, you know? It's a fashion statement. And I bet these people, they probably don't know, they're triggering for Janine, for OCD. Lynn says Yogi's expensive cheese toasty. I think, you know, those pieces, because the last time I saw them on their website, they're on discount. I think regular prices, that toasty might be minimum £70. There you go. I think even if you go to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, you can probably get a nice piece of toasty a little bit less than that, maybe with a glass of champagne as well. Betty says their patterns are there to stitch both socks at the same time. I have heard of the method. I have not tried it myself. Yes, I think that would be a good strategy. Or maybe just have, you know, provide two different methods to stitch, to knit on different sides, you know. That would be quite fun. But they end up identical looking. Samantha says, hello, just got done picking over 2-gallon buckets of apples from an apple tree out in my front. Yeah, how big is the tree? You've got 5-gallon bucket of apples out of one tree. How nice. It's hard to imagine having an apple tree in a garden and grow apples. Oh, Chelsea, are you not happy with markup? Did I mess it up? It's supposed to be a massive upgrade. And Joy says, over here, you can buy a pair of not matching socks. They're called Alzheimer. No, Joyce, are you making it up? Joyce is in Netherlands, where Joyce is. You can buy non-matching socks. They're called Alzheimer's socks. Serious? Is it serious? Did I not get complaints from people suffering from Alzheimer's? Wow, that's hilarious. That's Dutch humor for you. Lucy says, hello, Yogi. So nice seeing you on chat again. This piece is also wonderful. I know Lucy has joined us recently, so you probably have not seen Yogi working on this piece yet. So this may be the first time. I have not touched it for a little while, So I'm very happy to come back. All right, I am going to end it here. This is good. I'm going to just stitch stitches. They're connected together. It's just safer that way. All right, 68, going back. Let me take a sip of my coffee. Lindsay says, I never wear matching socks. I buy packs of color ones and mismatch them. Today was green and purple ones. Well, there you go. Jeanine, yes, feeling good. Lindsay is mismatched sock wearer. Exactly. That's totally normal because socks are just there to warm your feet. And who cares if they're mismatched? Alex says, I don't mind a new markup RXP. You double click to park the last, but not easy to pick what hole you park in. Oh, right. Do you have to select it though? Because Saga, for instance, they basically just give you a way to mark a stitch and that's it. You don't have to pick corners. And that makes sense because most people parking, within the same corner, probably 100% of the time, because why would you pick different corners? So I know Pattern Keeper does give you the option to select it. But if you think about it, the Saga way, it's just like, when was the last time, do you know anybody that parks at different corners all the time? Probably not. And even if you don't, even for any crazy reason, you want to park at different corners for different pieces, you can probably just look at it and identify that very quickly. You don't need the chart to tell you. Chelsea says, the parking is missing and I missed the page by page view. So are you not able to park right now? Is it broken? Because it's supposed to be there, isn't it? Now you can double tap. I'm going to pick my next color here. I hope it's not buggy. It wouldn't be good. They make a big fuss about relaunching, and I hope they have tested the app properly. 63. And these functions are very, very basic for apps like this. You have to do it really, really well. There's just no excuses for not able to park properly or mark, to mark very easily. Lindsay, regarding socks, I think Lindsay says, my boyfriend and my parents hate it and say that I can't wear them in pairs for once. I think it's style. Exactly, because Lindsay, you're fashionable, okay? These people just do not understand fashion. What can you do? Gray says, I think if there was ever a time for a chat to watch Yogi stitching, and it would be one of the times. Which bit? Yes, you have to watch what I do, okay? It's teamwork. If I'm making mistakes, it's your fault, all right? It's like that. Ah, so it's fizzy drinks. So I'm slightly behind. And Tanya says, I wear knitted socks only. Summer without socks, and autumn, winter, spring with knitted wool socks. That sounds quite nice. I'm a sockless person, I have to confess. I work, as a yoga teacher, and I'm in and out of the gyms quite a lot. I walk barefoot quite a lot, though. I walk barefoot at home, and I walk barefoot as soon as I get to the studio or the gym. I just walking around barefoot. I love feeling the ground, feeling the floor, and I'm a lot more balanced when I'm walking firmly on barefoot. I don't like, sports shoes with a lot of padding. I don't like socks. I just like being barefoot. Two over here. I need to double check. Oh dear, hang on. Wrong stitch. Yes, Lindsay, because your fabric was pre-gridded. So I think some of the lines were probably a little bit fadey, but you should still able to see them. Jenny says, Yogi, of course, they need to match. And my mother would say, where were you raised? In the barn? Well, I mean, it's fashion, as Lindsay said. It's a statement, fashion statement. Chelsea says, I buy socks that purposely don't match. There you go, Jeanine. It's deliberate. And Chelsea says, I hate matching socks. Yes, you and Jeanine can sort it out between yourselves. Yes, it's a thing, Jeanine. Chelsea says, Yogi, I can definitely say it's a rebuild. Okay, so does it look the same? I think Chelsea is referring to a markup RXP. I'll probably try to download a free version to see if I can have a play. I have no intention to buy though, unless it's so good that, I'll probably try it. Are they hiding the buttons now? That's not a very good design. Buttons are there for you to use. You don't want to hide the buttons. Oh, I missed 2 stitches there. I'm going to do that. Joy says, I'm not joking about the Alzheimer's socks. For every sold pair, a percentage goes to the research on dementia. Okay, now that makes a lot more sense. I thought they were just regular socks being sold, and they're called that, Alzheimer's socks. That's funny. I like the sense of humor. I like it, and yes, so it's for good causes. Oh, you're kidding, Alec. Are you saying in order to select which corner to park, you have to tap on the right side of the stitch? You kidding me? I thought it was just double. Can they not give you like a preset, like Pattern Keeper? You decide where is the default parking corner, and you just perform like the double tap, and it would just do that. Is it not like that? And Joyce just posted her update on craft cupboard on this project. I want to have a look. I'm really curious. Hang on, I'll show it to everybody, but it's on our Facebook group as well. Hang on, let me just load it. I bet it's miles ahead of me. Oh, right. Oh, this looks so familiar, guys. This looks so familiar. This is where I was the first time. Okay, let me do this. And yes, this was my first attempt. This is where I started from the upper left. So this looks so familiar. And this is where Joy started as well. And I definitely did this weird little face here, whatever it is. Oh, wow. Oh, hang on. And this bit is really confetti, isn't it, Joyce? The blue and white background, I remember it was quite a battle. And this bit is really confetti as well, I remember vividly. Wow. That's really beautiful. That's really beautiful. Really well done. Yes, I think percentage-wise, you're probably way ahead. Alex says it's very laggy to zoom or pan, just like before then. Yes, I found it so laggy. And that's why, technically you could work just, from the full chart mode, but I couldn't because it was just so slow. And so I had to work sort of page by page. Oh, do not tell me it's just as bad as before. What did they do all along? If it's a rebuild, they really have no excuse with the responsiveness. I mean, it's 2026. Oh, have they gone home? So Chrissy has just provided an update on Lindsay Clancy case. Jury is going home for the day. It's the second day of deliberation. Yes, yesterday they only did a few hours, didn't they? Because yesterday was closing. So yes, I think it's probably going to take a little bit of time. So if they go home today, that means no trial, no deliberation till Monday. They probably have some time to think about it over the weekend as well. Yes, I think the prediction most people have, either this was going to be a slam dunk, one way or the other, either come back with not guilty or maybe guilty within a very short period of time, or it could just take as long as it takes and eventually maybe come back to mistrial. You know, they just couldn't agree. Betty says, I was a barefoot girl till chemo, now wear unmatched socks out of protest. Oh my God. Yes, Janine, I think you're losing your ground here because majority of the stitches here, they prefer socks. They do not match. Okay? So do they have tons of buttons? You just don't know what they do. And it's quite shocking actually, because if they went through the trouble of rebuilding the entire app, they should look at the workflow and the design interface first thing and start from there. Because there's no point rebuilding on something that's not very good. And it doesn't matter what, fancy features you have. If on the surface, for instance, our stitches here, they cannot even figure out what they are or where to find something. That's most fundamental part of the design. If they can't find it, it doesn't matter what you've got to offer. It's wasted. Chelsea says Yogi markup is completely different now. There was I'm feeling now, I want to jump ship. Right, so it's okay to be different, but it has to be different for the better, right? Do you not think it's improving? Because sometimes when they do a revamp of the interface, there will be some resistance from users because they're used to doing things a certain way, and that can be, ironed out if the new features, the new design is good. Because it's a lot easier to get used to something that's better. But if it's not, then it could feel like, you have to relearn the app all over again. Sola says, I don't wear socks. My shoes are all open type, meaning like no shoelaces or something. Yes, I'm no sock person as well. Occasionally I have to wear them. If I go to fitness classes, I'm required to wear socks. Because otherwise, the trainers will go, well, your feet are not protected. Chelsea says, can Pattern Keeper please come to iOS? I know. I think it would be nice if they create an iOS version, but, then again, it was back in 2022, the end, maybe 2023, when I discovered Pattern Keeper. And at that time, on their website, they're saying iOS version coming soon under development. I don't know what happened to that. So Catherine is using markup as well. I think if it's changing for the better, then yes, maybe there's a little bit of getting used to, but eventually the quality of your stitching life will be better. But that's the question, isn't it? Is it, have they actually improved it, or just make it slightly different or very different? So 7 stitches, 1, 2, 3. Alex says markup was my main go-to for paper charts. Now I dare say I might as well work from the paper. Is it that bad? Yes, that was my reason for being a subscriber for 2 years as well, because I just refused to work with papers. But as soon as I got the PDFs for those charts, I ran. Oh, Ruby Rose is also matching sock girl. So Janine, you have a company, okay? Maybe you two can get a room together and talk about, vent your rage over people wearing mismatched socks. How dare they? Outrageous. Renee, hello. Walk away. Renee says, I was hoping the jury will come to a verdict today. I spent my morning between verdict watch and doing a villager hunt for my Animal Crossing island. Really? Yes. I played that game to bits over COVID. And yes, I'm trying to recall, how do you find villages? I think you have to go to those little travel, sort of little islands. And very often there will be one villager, potential villager there. I have not played that game for a long time. And yes, I think the verdict is tricky, isn't it? It's either really fast or it's going to take days or weeks. Who knows? If they can't agree. Chelsea says, with the update, I feel like I'm learning to stitch again. Dear, oh dear. That's not a good feedback, right? If you making such a big fuss about a big relaunch, you want people to go, wow, amazing. I love it. I'm going to stay as subscriber for the next 10 years. That's what you want. Not like, I feel like I need to learn how to stitch again. So the parking sounds really simplistic, isn't it? Isn't just double tap, just like, pattern keeper. Just do it like pattern keeper. Seriously. Do not reinvent something that people already know how to use. That's rookies' mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sometimes you see apps, they try to do things new in a new way. That's totally unnecessary, because with apps, for instance, or any kind of interface, there's a convention that everybody's used to. For instance, if you look at a folder, you can open it. You don't need to be told, that things that people already recognize. If you have a shopping basket icon, they know it's a basket, something like that. You don't need to reinvent anything. That's just not necessary. And with double tap, it's just such a quick win for parking. Catherine says this is a learn all over again. With a lot of added, I don't care about, and lots of things I did. Yes, I was talking about that yesterday because if you think about this type of apps, like Pattern Keeper or Saga, even though Saga has got a lot of features you may or may not need, but the core actions, it's pretty decent, and that's most important because that's what stitches do. Probably 95% of the time you want to find stitches, you want to mark them. That's it. That's it. Or maybe sorting threads in some way. That's it. And so, if you want to come up with a stitching app, make sure you do these well before you add anything else. And I think, even though oh, there are more over here. I can do these ones as well. 63. Let me pick another thread. I think Saga is pretty good, but I think, maybe it's time for them to look at the app as a whole and see if they can iron out certain workflow and make it more streamlined. I think it's a good time to do that because now they're being recognized more and more, and it's time for them to think about how they can really, be ahead of the game. 1, 2. Let me see, where do I start? I don't want to get lost. This block here. Okay. No, I think I'm being a little bit too ambitious. Let me start here. So I'm stitching 63. Ginny says I actually bought a cheap Android a few years ago just for Pattern Keeper because I hated markup then. Yes, I did that as well. I've only, I'm an Apple girl. I only have one Android tablet, and I bought it so I could use Pattern Keeper. I'm with you. And it was worth it. It was worth it. So Janine says Saga is better than Pattern Keeper, but Pattern Keeper is way better than Markup. Oh, absolutely. Markup it's got a lot going on, but they're doing nothing really, really that well. That's the problem, because they're not being very focused on what they do. They have tons and tons of features, but they're not thinking about, how to make everything work together. I mean, if you have features, they're just buried and so laggy to use. It doesn't matter if it's the most useful feature. It's not going to be very useful. The journaling function is quite extensive. You can, upload pictures, you can log daily changes, you can track the journey of the entire piece if you wanted to, but it's kind of buried somewhere, beneath like 5 levels downwards, and also it's very clunky to use. So, you're not going to use it, even though potentially it's very useful. Less is more. Yes, I think the challenge for Saga at this point is the conversion. But I think hopefully it can be resolved in two ways. One is Saga just decide, okay, we're going to make it work for PDFs. Or their format becomes industry standard, just like PDF. So whenever you buy a chart, you get a Saga version as well. So that's another potential direction that could go. Very nice. Good. I'm gonna end this right here. Or maybe I can move up. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Let's stop here. 63, going back. Renee says you have to use Nook Mile tickets to travel to Mystery Islands to find a villager. Yes, it's coming back now. Yes, and Nook Mile tickets, you get it through. Do you not get it from the machine, right? From the store. Yes, it's been a little bit, and you go to those islands, and you know you can find the villagers over there and invite them back to your island. Uh, 97. I'm going to do one more blue, and then I'm going to move on to slightly different colors here. But I like the fact that I'm building the base for this element. So, it's probably safer. I have this as reference. And I love the fact that this area is not confetti at all. I get to stitch quite a lot of stitches per color. And 97. Oh, it's this. Look at the symbol. That's the skull symbol. Dun dun dun. The boss color. Okay, 97. Yeah, same here, Janine. I have not played it for a long time. I think I played it almost every day from the day it came out during COVID. And I played solidly for a month. And then one day I just woke up and go, I can't play it anymore. And I stopped playing it. I think it was exactly 1 month. Oh no, Chelsea. Is that real? So Chelsea is, this is a markup XP, okay? Chelsea says, for parking, you double tap the corner of the stitch you park in. Why do you need to do that? For what purpose? So you have to aim for, so on the chart, so look at this. So are you talking about, you have to zoom into your chart and then tap at the right corner in order to kind of specify which corner you want to part. So if you just tap in the middle of the stitch, what happens? Why do they need to do that? For what purpose? And you have to zoom way in, otherwise, how does it know which corner you're tapping? And if you tap the wrong corner, what happens? Do you have to undo it? It's just so unnecessary. Why do they want to do that? Who designed this pile of, no swearing? I'm mad because I really have troubles with people, first of all, try to reinvent something that's really, established and very easy to do, or trying to add complexity on things that is just absolutely unnecessary. What are we doing here? And Lynn says, Yogi got a new chart, nostalgia, red, telephone box. Oh, like the London phone boxes. Oh, those are beautiful, aren't they? Yes. I think in some places you can probably still see one or two. Majority of them were removed under the the leadership of what's his face, Ken Livingston. Yes, he will always be remembered as the mayor, the fool that tried to remove double-decker bus, the red buses, the symbols of London and UK, and the phone boxes, and replace them with those metal grey phone boxes. He will be remembered. Renee says, I love pattern keeper beds. I know they are doing, I think maybe it's about time they can kind of refine, see if they can find a solution without having to tap on different tabs, for marking and search, etc. But other than that, I think it's just very simple to use. So Catherine, apparently for parking, you have to tap on the correct corner. It's like a game. It's like some sort of video game. You have to hit the right corner, otherwise it probably explodes. Solar says in engineering, there are two software tools, AutoCAD and MicroStation. They have to do their drawings, commands different ways due to legal issues. Pattern keeper markup may be the same way. They have to do what? They're drawing commands different way to I'm not sure what the parallel is, but I think ultimately they're just building an app to do certain things. And within our world, like all the apps that we use day to day, there's certain convention that the people know how to do things. And double tap is one of the gestures that's within iOS and also definitely within Android as well, that you can do. It's not sort of unusual to do that. It's one of those gestures that's available within a device. Oh, Barlow's got cold feet and wears socks, maybe mismatched ones. Samantha says, I haven't played Animal Crossing forever. I think, it's a shame because they kind of stop adding new things. I think they just decided for now they've done everything they can for the game. In fact, I think maybe a year or two after the initial, game that came out, they kind of go, we're not doing any more, no DLC, and etc. And then they came up with the hotel thing. But just looks like they're probably calling it, they're done with it. I would love them to come up with a sequel, and a sequel where you can pan the views around, entirely 3D, if you know what I mean, because currently you can't rotate the world 360 degree, which is kind of restricted for me. Hello, Rachel. Rachel Morton is here. Says, hi, everyone. Just got done with dinner. I hope you enjoy that. Never thought Never thought I'll hear anybody that said that. Catherine says, I love the old mock-up. So the new one has to be so bad because even the old one wasn't that great. Maybe just give it some time. I don't know. I'm just being very generous here. I have not seen the app, so I don't know. But maybe just give it some time because sometimes when you have to do things slightly differently, it's annoying, right? But if it's going in the right direction, you should be able to get used to it very quickly. But who knows? If if it's actually worse than before, then that's not very good at all. Yes, Rachel, I'm not restarting. Yes, I found a new strategy, Rachel. And just an update, if you join me a little bit later after I explain my new strategy, my cunning strategy. So basically, number one, step one, ignore the stitches that I have to frog. Just ignore it. Just ignore them and just live as if it never happened. Okay. But of course, I need to modify the way I'm stitching. And step two, my chart got wiped out completely. So as you can see, if I zoom out, you only see a little bit at the bottom, right? So I am going to kind of divide and conquer. I am going to just mark a little bit. I'm going to be marking the stitches I'm doing, of course, and then maybe the surrounding stitches when I get there. So I don't have to start, remarking everything everywhere. It's going to probably just, kill me. So I am going to stitch upwards from here, focus on one area. So as I move up, for instance, if I get to this block, for instance, then I will mark all the stitches within this block and then fill it up and move up to the next one, so on and so forth. So divide and conquer one step at a time, one block at a time, so I don't get overwhelmed. So I'm not restarting, okay? I love this piece, and I've done quite a bit for this piece already, so I don't want to just give up. So let's say Saga has some tools in it, and that would be so helpful for me that Pattern Keeper doesn't have. Yes, I think the thing with Saga, the attraction of Saga is if you like a little bit more, because Pattern Keeper can do the basics pretty well. If you like, your app is just so you can search and mark your stitches, done. That's Pattern Keeper for you. And for Saga, I think is when you can play with the way you're stitching. So for instance, minimum to max, you can't really do with Pattern Keeper unless you do the entire piece. So stuff like that. And there are a lot of, hidden features that you can, they're kind of available to you. There are some features that I know are available, but I, have not used for a long time. For instance, just on top of my head, you can bring on this little flag that's got number 4 on it. It will give you, the count of certain stitches, number of stitches of a row, etc. If you know what I mean. Can you see that? It tells you there's 7 stitches or 6 stitches or 14 stitches in this whole row. So it will help you to kind of calculate and count stuff like that. I never use that feature because I don't really need it, but they're there. So there are a lot of kind of hidden features that you kind of discover as you go forward. Renee says, I love my mini Lenovo One Tab for Pattern Keeper. It was inexpensive. Oh, the tablet, you mean? Yes, it's Android. Yes, and probably the best little mini tablet I had. So it's small, is it? I'm not familiar with Android tablets, to be honest. When I bought mine, I bought Amazon Fire because it was the cheapest that was around, and I bought it on a Black Friday, I remember. And I thought, Android tablet is Android tablet. I didn't know there are all sorts, within that range. So when I bought it, I was quite shocked to realize that I couldn't download Pattern Keeper directly. I had to do a hack because Amazon has their own app system, and they're not the same as Google Play. So I had to do a maneuver, like a yogi move, advanced yogi move, in order to get it to work. For Google Play to be downloaded on my app, and so I could download Pattern Keeper. But that was kind of one-off thing. But I was and still very ignorant about Android devices. Oh, Joyce, finally. Sorry, I just saw that now. Joyce has got a spooky bingo. This is the first in the history of GeckoRouge spooky bingo. Okay, round of applause. Sorry, it took me a little while to discover it, but I'm still on 97. Okay, this beautiful blue, electric blue. And yes, because GeckoRouge does not show you DMC numbers. So when I'm stitching GeckoRouge, this project, I feel like all alone because I never get spooky bingo. But now it's different. And now we have a spooky bingo, the first in the history of this project. Celebrate, guys. Flash your spooky bingo icon, members, and for Joyce. Yay. And if you'd like to support the channel, you can join the membership. We have icons for membership, members only. And going forward, I think I worked out a strategy here. So when my patterns come out, I think there's going to be a general discount code for everybody. Okay, I think this is how it works in my head. But for members, I'm going to give you a separate code with more discount. So I hope that sounds good to you. So I'll be posting that separately for you when the chart come out. And Chelsea says, oh, you passed, Chelsea. Chelsea says, I'm crying right now. 1 year of study and 1 month of testing practice, and I passed. Wonderful. Well, celebration. We just had spooky bingo 97, and now we have Chelsea now pass exam after 1 year. That's wonderful. There's tears of joy. That's good. Yes. And wonderful. Congratulations, Chelsea. Wonderful. And it's a relief that you get the result now, because you can relax over the weekend and just enjoy the great news. That's wonderful. We like great news. I told you, you were going to be okay. Yes, congratulations. Wonderful. And thank you for sharing the wonderful news with us. Renee says, I think Nintendo is waiting to release another Animal Crossing on Switch too. Oh dear. Yes, quite possible. I don't know. is there any news of them developing the game? I think it's about time they just turn the whole thing 3D, right? It makes no sense to make it just kind of somewhere in between 2D and 3D. It's quite awkward. Lefty says, I love all the blues. Me too. I love stitching blue colors and pink colors, or red. Sola says there are features in Saga that will speed up my stitching. Well, I don't know whether, it managed to speed up my stitching, but it'll probably help you. But in general, I think, you have a lot more sort of different options that you can play with, stitching styles, methods, etc. So for instance, the one Joyce has been doing, the checkerboard, it will probably be harder to do. It's not impossible to do it on Pattern Keeper, but it's a lot easier with Saga because you can basically have a highlight box so you know exactly where you're aiming at. So just things like that. I think that highlight box was the reason I wanted to try Saga, because I saw it done by the lady, stitching masterpieces. She was the one that introduced me to Saga, actually. But at that time, I just didn't know what it was. It looked so foreign. And but she was doing min to max, and I was fascinated. I wanted to try it. Renee says, I like Pattern Keeper because I always stitch the same way and it suits my style. I like the simplistic way of it. I wouldn't use all the other features. I can see why Saga is appealing to others though. Yes, I'm totally with you. To be honest, if Saga didn't come out, I would be quite happily using Pattern Keeper. Absolutely. I was using it for quite a while. Probably over 2 years, happily. Yes, thank you for all the spooky bingos and all the, celebration. Congratulations to Chelsea. Yes, Chelsea, and now you can relax for the weekend, right? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. One more. Chelsea says, I feel like Pacopia is the new Animal Crossing. I heard of it. What platform is the game on? Is it on PS5, PlayStation as well? It's a little bit like Pokemon, is it not? Or is it more Animal Crossing? I know, Chelsea. Can you imagine if you had to wait over the weekend till Monday? The weekend is not going to be, super relaxed. And now you can sleep for sure. So what's next? So it's an exam for the end of the year. Does it give you, is it for qualification or is it for this year and then you're moving on to the next year? 2 over there. And then I'm going to end it. Well, maybe just a couple more stitches. Chelsea says, Pacopia is Switch too, and is Animal Crossing with Pokemon. Okay, yes, I vaguely remember seeing it on YouTube, sort of gameplay, but I don't have Switch 2, so I kind of erase that from my brain. Okay, I'm going to park it. Very nice. And next, I think I'm going to start sort of come back to the right there. Or maybe I can start building stitches there because I want to focus on this little crap here. So I'm going to probably move my stitches up from here. Let me have a look. This one is also a blue. 68. It's a dark blue. Chelsea says pass the exam allows me to be a medical coder, which means I translate doctor's chart note into codes that will be sent to insurance companies for compensation. Oh, right. Wow. And Chelsea says it's very American healthcare system thing. Well, that's very niche, isn't it? So does that mean you will be working for, so are you working for the hospitals or are you working for pharmaceutical companies or insurance companies? I don't know. Maybe for the hospitals, right? Goes all the way to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I have to say I really enjoy 28 count fabric. It's just very light to stitch. So Chelsea can work for hospital, doctors' offices, for insurance, right? Because all of them require to interact with insurance at some point. Two over here. Right. So Charles, you say the pharmacy side of our healthcare system is a totally different beast. I mean, pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies, they're basically just, they produce medicines and they sell them to their vendors, aren't they? So they're not really healthcare in that sort of traditional sense. They're producing products. Okay, so this bit I have to be very mindful because I'm starting to join up to the stitches I have already on the fabric, but not on my chart. So I need to mark them as I move forward. So this is the part that I kind of, in my head, it's going to be slightly tricky, but I will just do a little bit at a time. So I'm going to mark these two. Hang on. 1, 2. Okay. And then 3 more. 1. And then 2 more. Whoops. And then what I'm going to do now is to focus on this block and maybe a few stitches here, and I'm going to mark my chart. So this is how I'm going to move forward. You know, when I come to an area, there are existing stitches already. I will mark them and then move forward. So let me have a look at my chart here. So 2 stitches, 1, 2, 3, 4, and these ones are also done. And then 1 row on top, 1, 2, 3, and 2 more. And within this block, I've got 1, 2 there and 2 over there. Good. Like this. And I'm going to ignore the block above until I get there, so I don't get overwhelmed. All right then. So far so good. And I'm going to pick this one over here. Number 4. So blue. So let's say my doctor is very knowledgeable about insurance business, and he does the coding when I see them. I hardly ever have to pay. Oh, really? So the purpose of the code is what? To optimize it for the patient, so they don't they get like covered. Is that what it is? For it's very different here. I don't think there's anything like that over here. I think here, if you have, well, most things are covered with NHS anyway. So a lot of treatments, you know, basic treatments are free. And sometimes they ask you if you're paying for it. I think if you're for any reason low income or unemployed, you have the option of not paying for anything if you want. So it's kind of you kind of volunteer whether you're going to pay for your treatment or not. But I'm talking about more basic treatments. And for instance, if you go to emergency, I remember having my one of my toes dislocated. So I went there, and they didn't charge me anything at all. They basically treated me, but It was all free. But I think if you're in private insurance, if you have something like Bupa, which is private insurance, health insurance, I think you need to get, because I had Bupa at one point, it was from the company I was working for, so everybody was privately insured, and you speak to people from the private insurance company, they give you a code, pre-approve your appointments. So when you go there, they directly interact with your insurance company, and so you don't have to pay. So you don't have to do anything. Maybe that's the bit that you're working on. Maybe similar to that. Ah, right. It sounds like the code is going to determine how much the patients will have to pay. Because from the hospitals, from the doctor's side, they probably don't mind where the payment is coming from, and is at the patient's interest for them to get it from the insurance company instead, I think. So the patients are happier. So let's say there are some things that are free: screening, women visits, yearly blood tests. Oh, really? Blood test is free. You know, blood test is one of those things. It's not. I'm trying to think. Is it free? No. I think maybe under certain circumstances, blood test is free. But over here, if you just want to check whether you are deficient in whatever and you want a blood test, you have to pay for it. Ah, so if the code is incorrect, you get charged. But how come it's not automatic? I'm just thinking. And Chelsea says, when coding for insurance, I'm looking at the doctor's office code and try and find a reason for the patients to pay, or pay not to pay the insurance, or pay. I'm trying to read it. So basically, you're working on the patient's behalf, right, to optimize their payments, so they pay less. I'm thinking. And Joy says medical coding in itself is not an American thing. Coding is the base to make digital control possible. So whether someone is covered and for what amount. Yes, I don't know. It sounds like it's something that's kind of happening behind the scene. Maybe the patients, are not fully aware what's happening, but it is happening. All right, number 70. Nice and steady. 5 stitches. Oh dear, a stitch just came out. See you later, Lizzie. 99. And sweet dream, sweet dream. Janine says, my insurance is terrible. I had to pay $475 just to have the blood drawn made me want to not ever go for any medical appointments. Well, blood test is weird. I think unless it's, part of treatment for something else, it's not free over here either. I remember I was still with Bupa at that time. I remember they charge the blood test alone is like over £200. I don't know why it costs that much, but the insurance company kind of covered that. But I think it really depends on why you're having the blood test. It's not cheap. 1, 2, 3. And Joy says, or even about the consequence, like there has to be a GP declaration before a certain hospital bill can be declared. Well, Joyce is very familiar with the system. I have no clue. I've only been to doctors for myself probably less than 5 times in my life, to be honest, including dentist. Well, I'm exaggerating a little bit, maybe less than 10 times in my life that I can remember. I had to go in and out of hospital a lot more for my mum and dad. But as far as treating myself, not really, very little experience. Whoops. And I like to keep it that way. Lynn says, Yogi, the NHS was the envy of the world. Wonderful thing. We're so lucky. I know, you don't know what you have until you look around other countries. And I was so shocked by hearing some stories about American healthcare. I thought every country has equivalent of NHS because it sounds so basic. Everybody's insured by default. Everybody should have the right to receive basic, well, not even basic, just proper medical treatment. And also it's in the country's interest, isn't it? You don't want people to get sick. You don't want people in your country, they're constantly struggling with medical bills and they can't get treatment. I don't know why a country would want that though. And see you later, Renee. Have a great time. Ginny says health insurance in the US is terrible and just hurts the normal people. The hospitals, insurance companies, drug companies only care about their bottom line. Is sickening. Is it because they're all private? I'm just thinking, because certain things maybe shouldn't be privatized. Because, when things are privatized, they are just, looking after their own bottom lines, as you say. They're not looking at the same picture, the big picture. And also, they're not working together. They're just trying to profit from the process. I think that may be a problem. Let me have a look. This one, it's a purple. Yay, 1 stitch. 1 stitch of purple right here. 1, 2, 6. Must be really important, this stitch. Oh, is it chocolate time? Oh, we're way past chocolate time, seriously. Let's have some chocolate, definitely. I have a new pack of chocolate as well. Let me just double check where I'm going to come back from. Okay, let me just pop my needle here. Let's have a chocolate. We way past the chocolate time. Let's have a look. Let me zoom out. So this is where I am right now. This is the evil crab right here. And this is Mr. Potato Man sitting in a bowl of some sort. I don't know what it is. And this is part of the kitty, the orange kitty that I'm stitching. Very nice. Guys, chocolate time. Let's snack, shall we? And let's have a look. Oh, this plain chocolate is back, 74%. One of my go-to chocolate of all time. Okay, so it's a new box. I'm going to open it. Oh, Joy says I worked for a health insurance company before my retirement. That's why, because I thought that's definitely insiders information, knowledge. That makes sense. I think ordinary people probably wouldn't know that. Unboxing right here, live on Yogi stream. And I'm going to cut it open because this is not tin foil. I can't just tear it open. Unboxing chocolate. And let me know what you're snacking. It's mandatory, okay? Snacky time. No stitching for about 10 minutes. Ooh, I have not had these ones for a little bit. Cheers, everyone. Yesterday I was munching on the almond one, hazelnut one. It's really nice as well. Sola says, I hear many very angry people talking about healthcare. I'm afraid I have very good insurance and not very expensive. However, I'm 71, but very healthy. 71, I was told I'm young for my age. Is it a little bit like pet insurance? I think generally with human insurance, does it get higher the older you get, with age? Because you're more sort of more likely to have illnesses. Like pet insurance, they just start to bump up the monthly payment when your pet get older. It's mandatory. They just think you're in higher risk of claiming insurance. But I think the great thing about being 71 and very healthy is that the quality of life is better. I mean, the insurance, the fitter you are, the less likely you won't need to claim insurance, isn't it? Janine says, my 84-year-old mother who has a Medicare and the supplement pay $375 a month for one of her medicines. Right, so the actual cost was a lot more, was it? Oh, they charge you for $375 a month. All right. That's quite a lot, actually. That's over £200, maybe £250 minimum, maybe £300. I don't know what the exchange rate is. Oh, this chocolate is good. I have not had it for a few days, but this is very good. Melt in your mouth. Yum, yum, yum. Yeah, Samantha, we're having chocolate now. Join us. What are you snacking today? I want to know your snacks. Yum, yum. Chelsea says, now I know more and studied it. The American healthcare system is very capitalistic. Yes, I think there are few things where profit shouldn't come first. Medical care is one, healthcare is one, and also maybe, I don't know, legal system where people can have legal protection, that kind of stuff. And policing, definitely, basic protection for safety, for health. These things shouldn't, be under the system that profit might be the first consideration. It just doesn't work like that. Samantha says, I have 70% chocolate truffle to eat. Oh, that's so good. That sounds really good. Dark chocolate truffle. And Janine says, all healthcare here is private. Medicare is federal, I think, but you can't get that until you're 65. Oh, so Medicare. I have heard people mentioning Medicare, but I don't know what it was. So it's a little bit like NHS, but you have to be over 65 to get it. What? It makes no sense that because, well, unless treatments, medical treatments are super cheap. If they make it super cheap, everybody can afford it, then perhaps insurance is not required. But I bet it's probably quite expensive. Ruby Rose says, I do not even want the government in charge of my healthcare. It's not perfect here, but you can shop around and compare prices. Well, I think everybody here is covered by NHS, but a lot of people choose to have private insurance because there's certain, you probably get, well, kind of better medicine or maybe more options for treatments, and you don't have to be on waiting list, maybe for more urgent procedures. I had a friend who was born with some sort of defect on his hips, so he's kind of limps all his life, and from time to time he will have to get treatments and operations, etc. And he was in pretty bad state for a little bit, but he was on NH. He didn't have private insurance, so he had to wait for like 2 years for a hip operation. That's quite essential for his body. So he had to suffer for 2 years to wait to be on the waiting list, so he could get it for free or very low cost. So a lot of people still choose to pay for quite expensive private insurance. I mean, Bupa, I remember when a company was paying for me. I only found out later on because I didn't have to pay for it. But when I left the job and I was thinking maybe I can, switch it to personal policies so I can continue with that policy. And then I decided against it when I heard the cost for Bupa, because I was on corporate tier, which is a lot of coverage. I didn't have to pay for anything at all. But if I wanted the same coverage, with my own money, it was over, I'm trying to think, it was over £400 per month. So I went, oh, maybe not, that's like a lot of money. So yes, I think I went for a more basic coverage for a little bit, maybe for a year or two. And then I realized it's not very meaningful because it was during COVID time, and I couldn't get anybody to help me because they prioritize their capacity to help patients toward older people. So because it was COVID time, access was limited, and they would only help people over a certain age. But also, I realized what they're covering are kind of non-essential if you're thinking about it, because I'm just thinking with medical conditions, maybe blood test is kind of nice to get covered, but also what you really want is maybe you have something like cancer and stuff like that, but lower tier coverage basically does not cover cancers or major operations. So I didn't think it was worth it. So I basically now, just counting on NHS right now. All right then, let me come back here. and I enjoy the chocolate. Maybe I will have one more piece. One more piece. Joy says, okay, I have a Napoleon. What is that? Is it chocolate? Chelsea says, what is pet insurance? Do you not have it? Do you not have pet? Yes, it's a pet insurance. It says on the tin, Chelsea. It's insurance for pets. And it's very expensive indeed. Okay, this is just one stitch here. What is pet insurance? For your pets. So I'm guessing Chelsea doesn't have pets. Michelle says, regarding healthcare, I can assure you the hospitals are not getting rich, especially the small rural ones. My husband is a healthcare consultant. His main focus is to helping hospitals not close. Really? Wow. Do they not get funding? Are they privately funded, or are they funded by the government as well, the hospitals? Because if it's private, it's got to be rough. And Michelle, are you having chocolate? Joy says, pet insurance will require another study with other set of coding. Yes. I think pet insurance is quite expensive because treatments are very expensive for pets. And people have no choice, really. I think if you don't have pet insurance, when your pet friends, they're sick, you're in trouble because the treatments are so expensive and there isn't any equivalent of NHS. So basically no money, no treatment. Tiger says, I'm going to have a bagel. Oh, that's a new one. I love bagels. Oh, now that reminds me. I have not had bagels for a long time. For a long time. Yes. I remember when I went to New York years ago. New York is quite known for bagels, isn't it? New York bagels. And I remember bringing bagels back to the UK to share with my friends. 86. I remember I went on a date with a guy quite a while ago, okay? And I'm trying to remember. I think it was probably, is bagel a Jewish food? I wonder. I remember this guy was saying that he was trying to explain to me what the origin of bagel was. And he said, this is not, bagel is not pronounced bagel. I think people don't know. It's called, I can't remember what it was. I just remember he said something slightly different, like bagel or something, maybe. I can't remember. But basically, it's not bagel. It's actually pronounced a different way. And that's all I remember about that date. That probably says it all. Never saw him again. So there you go. I learned everything about bagel from this guy. Let me see. One block next. I'm trying to be very careful here. Maybe I will do a Yogi move because I've got another stitch on the left. just a little stitch over here. Lynn says, I want one of those GeckoRouge cheese toasty. I think it's a lot cheaper, you know, when you actually get a real cheese toasty. Go for it. Michelle says, I was also a controller for a small hospital for 12 years. I was struggle. It was a struggle. We would definitely look at insurance overhaul and government intervention is not an answer. So do you not think things will improve if they get, you know, it's basically governed by the government? So you get the funding, you don't have to put profit first. Is it not better? Betty says, look up pet insurance. Our daughter and son not carry for their fur babies. Well, definitely get it. I think I made a mistake in the very beginning when I had my cats. I was hoping for for the best. And I learned it in a very, very hard way. It basically, you know, sucked up all my saving. I have no complaint. Okay, I had it because one of my cats had needed heart surgery, and so that cost quite a lot because it was done by specialist. 86. So we're talking about thousands of pounds for a procedure, and still didn't save the cat. So Joy says our healthcare system. So Joyce is in Netherlands and Holland. Our healthcare system is a bit of both worlds. It's for everyone, mandatory, but not for free. Interesting. So everybody's covered, but you have to pay for it. I think over here we have to pay for health insurance if we're working. You know, it's part of our. It's a bit like income tax. You have to pay, I can't remember how much, is it 5 or 10% of your income or something like that? But if you don't have a job, let's say if you're unemployed or disabled or whatever, you don't have to pay. I don't think. All right. I'm going to slowly building the stitches upwards. Let me have a look over here. All right. Number 7. Chelsea says they're both private and public fund hospitals. Yes, I think the last thing you want hospitals to do is struggle financially. That doesn't make sense. They're there to help people. Hey, Alisa, great to see you. One, two, three, four. Yes, I think if you are, you know, whether you live in the city or a more remote area, the access to medical care may be different. Mandy Moran says there's a PDSA in the UK that helps for low-income family pets. What's PDSA? Right, but you still have to qualify for low income though, so there are probably qualifications. So it's probably not, for everyone. I think if some people they're less willing to take up pets or more pets because of a pet insurance, because each cat or dogs, we're talking about maybe ranging from £30 to maybe up to 70. Oscar, one of my cats, who at one point his insurance was up to £200 per month. I don't know how we got there. I left that insurance company after after that, and found another one that's slightly lower. But they just bump it up, and you have no choice. You have the choice to either continue to pay for them, or you have no coverage. So it's pretty brutal. So I think it probably stop people from taking on more pets. Maybe need a family, need to be cared because of insurance, because it's no joke. If each animal is about, let's say, £40, and you multiply that 3-4 times, that's a lot. Janine says, when we have to go to the ER, it is known you have to sit for at least 8 to 10 hours because they're always low on staff. A lot of people just don't go until they need an ambulance. Well, I think that's probably somewhat universal. I don't know about 8 to 10 hours. That sounds really long. But over here, I've been just kind of walk-in ER over here. And you do have to wait for a long time, and depends on your condition. They prioritize you from the most urgent to less urgent. So the less urgent you are, the longer you have to wait. So I think for my toe, for my dislocated toe, I waited for about 5 hours, I think. And the treatment was about 15 minutes. They sorted me out within minutes. But they were being very kind. They offered to make me coffee because the coffee machine was broken. And I was so shocked when they brought me a cup of coffee they made in their own office, not for, like general public, because I was dying for a coffee sitting there. And they took pity on me and offered me a fresh cup of coffee, and didn't charge me anything for the treatment either. So I was very grateful. Chelsea says, I'm just wondering if pet insurance would be helpful for my pup with allergies. I mean, Chelsea, definitely get pet insurance. It's not cheap, but, at times of treatment, because I don't know about America, probably equally expensive as here. There's no market rate. They can just bump up whatever, cost. They can just charge you whatever, really, and make sure you have insurance. And Betty says our hospital was bought by a bigger hospital. But guess what? If they hadn't, we wouldn't have one. Right. Because so it's a little bit like private companies, like Dimensions. If no one bought them, they probably just went, have gone under and disappear. So that's just like private companies. I have not heard of hospitals gone bankrupt over here because they're probably all public funded. Maybe private clinic for some other treatments, but hospitals, they should be fine. Samantha says you would have to read what each plan covers for the pet insurance. Some have very different tier of coverage. Yes, they cover different things, but obviously the more things you cover, the more expensive it is. So you have to kind of pick and choose. And you want to insure your pet while they're still quite healthy, because once they have certain conditions, they're harder and harder to insure, and also they're going to charge you more money. So normally you want to start from the moment you adopt a pet. Ruby Rose says, in Florida, we have tons of Canadians who came here for medical tests and procedures because NHS is so slow and inefficient. Oh, right. So you do have NHS in Florida. Oh, from in Canada, you mean? So they cross the border to America to get treatment. Chelsea says there's some specialities here in the US with long waiting lists, even for private treatment. Yes. Jackie James says, I have one dog and would love to have another dog, but the pet insurance stops me from getting another dog. I bet that happens a lot. That happens a lot because it's no joke. And the older your animal gets, the more expensive it gets, and you have no choice. You just have to pay what they ask for. And you can switch company, but it's much harder when you have, cats maybe over 8 years old, or dogs, I don't know, maybe similar, because they're higher risk. So switching companies become trickier, and they know that. So they try to tie you in with higher premium every single year. And it's a shame because, if insurance is a reason for people to not being able to help animals that need help, that's a little bit sad. Lynn says, Yogi, my friend's cat has very long fur and he will not let you brush him. So he has to be sedated for them to clip him. Cost her £300 for, oh, right, sedation. Yes, that would cost at least over £100. And then that's the actual trim as well. So does that mean the cat... Right, but why would a cat have such a long hair that it needs to be trimmed? Because nature designed every breed, well, maybe they're man-made breed, I don't know. But if it's natural breed, it's designed by nature, they should have a way to work with the fur. Yes, I think if it requires sedation, it will cost quite a lot. And it's risky for the cat as well. It's not good. You don't want them to go under willy-nilly. So from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So far, so good. Chelsea says hospitals in the US are going bankrupt all the time. That's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm going to stop here so I don't get lost. Number 7. Going back. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Okay. Next one. 141. 141. It's also blue. Sola says my Buffy was 13 years old over a Shoti. Is it a dog? And when she died, it made a huge difference in my finances. I loved her. She was worth every penny, but an old dog is expensive medically. I'm with you, Sola. No, do not feel guilty for thinking that, because, particularly if the dog required a lot of medical treatment as well, that is going to be, a big expense for most people. So yes, it is a commitment to take care of an animal, but people have to think about whether they can afford the insurance, and also in time of if they need major treatments. Yeah, I know, it's reality. Yeah, Solar. If it's okay not to have NHS, but they need to keep the general treatments affordable. If it's super expensive, you probably have people try not to go to hospital because they don't have money. So you end up with a nation with people who are not very well. They're not getting the treatment they need, and it's not great for the country as well. So I don't know why they will want that. I don't know. You need a strong, healthy population to make the country strong. 141. Let me have a look. maybe I can start building the stitches upwards from the left. Okay, 110, it's a brown. 110. Yes, Betty. Yes, I'm with you. Betty says, I wanted to adopt an older dog, but things being that way, I can't. I know it's a practical, it's a realistic consideration, and I think maybe that's why a lot of shelters, they have kind of fostering services, kind of, supplementing people who look after animals for the shelter, like maybe man, who's that? My brain. Rachel was doing for a little bit, and she ended up adopting the cats. But initially she was, just looking after them until they're strong enough. And they, and the vet or the shelter, they help out with medical expenses, that kind of stuff. I'm hoping to join up this area. Rachel says official fosters have food and medical cover by rescue, but it wasn't an official foster, so I pay for everything. Right, so that's why. Yes, I was wondering why you had to pay for the neutering. Well, I think by that point you probably already adopted them. Yes, so 2 additional cats and insurance and everything. So yes, Rachel, well done. It's not easy. And those little kitties, they're very lucky to have you. And they're looking so strong. They've grown so fast. Now they're still tiny, but much bigger, isn't it? And they look very happy. They look very happy. Oh, is it from the shelter? So Rachel says she said she would take the kittens back. Who is she? If the rescue didn't end up taking them. Oh, probably the lady from the shelter, right? And she did not offer to take them back when the rubber made a row. Yes, they should have offered at least, pay for the neutering and also shots, etc., microchip, that kind of stuff. Chelsea says, now that I have eaten and had coffee, I'm a lot less mad at a new markup. So it was hangry, was it? It was Chelsea being peckish and grumpy. Yes, well, I don't know. It would be disastrous if it was actually worse than before, but who knows? Maybe you just need to readjust to what they're doing. I hope, but I think if it was really sort of really great improvement, you should, notice instantly. You shouldn't need to go back and forth and need to eat some food in order to deal with it. It was angry. Joy says, I'm happy the time I spend on coding. It's on the codes of stitching. Symbols to numbers, numbers to colors. Oh, so the lady, so you didn't get the kittens from the shelter. I was under the impression it was some sort of arrangement for you know, for fostering. So Rachel says it was from a random lady. How random is it? Just like someone from the street. And okay, so you were helping a neighbor. Right. So she rescue the cats and basically go, Rachel, off you go, look after them. But they're worth it. They're worth it. Those little kittens are so beautiful. Yes, I think Chelsea was having markup rage, but now she's better. Now she's fed, and caffeinated. She's good. Okay, and 2 stitches up. Ah, did the lady say she was going to take the kitties back after 4 weeks, even if the rescue didn't take them? So now she's happy for you to take over. Right. But even if she offered to take them back, would you have let them go? I'll probably hold on to them, my dear life. Okay, I am going to end it here. One one zero, 110. See, I made connection over here. 110. Yes, but Rachel, I bet it's a happy, situation for both of you. Maybe she didn't have the ability to keep them. Probably have to pass them on to someone else. Yes, Joyce, enjoy your night and sweet dreams. What? There's a fire going on where Solar is. Be careful. Stay safe. All right then. I am going to pick this color here. So I managed to join up with my existing stitches. So this one's 26. Oh, that's very different color. I think I'm moving into green zone. 26 is a lime green. That's a surprise. It's this color, totally different. So I'm moving into the green crab. The green crab zone. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, Rachel, you got to keep the little kittens. That is good. Can you imagine if I was asked to look after a kitten for a few weeks and I bond with the kitties and I really want them, and this person just come back and try to take them back, I'll probably fight them. You'll probably end up on some sort of social sort of, I don't know, society. Well, not society news is different, but probably end up on the internet. News headline: the cat lady fighting another cat lady. They're fighting over 2 kittens. Betty says that could be a 906 or 907. Oh, could be. Yes. It's quite a light green here. But only 3 stitches. 4 stitches, actually. One, two, 1, 2, 3. Okay. 3 stitches plus 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And that's it. Rachel says the lady, she didn't have the means to take them back. So she made a promise she couldn't keep, and she should not have done that. Fortunately, I love them, could give them a good home. Yes, it's fate. Or maybe, you know, I'm sure that lady did it out of the best intention, because not many people would take the trouble of, trying to find homes for little kittens. So I'm sure she did her best. And this is fate. The kitten's meant to be yours, right? So well done. 26. And this is also a green. Yes, I'm firmly into the green crab zone here. 36. It's also very light green. 36. Where is it? There. Number 36. Janine says these kittens are so cute. I know. And they look so smart. Those eyes are so bright. And they look like, they're going to be very streetwise. And they get along with other cats as well. That's the most important thing. Those kitties are great. So those two different greens are so similar. I cannot tell them apart. I think this one may be slightly lighter. I don't know. I love this way of stitching actually. And it's great for this pattern because this area is not very confetti, so I don't feel like I have to change colors all the time. So let me have a look. 1, 2, one more. It's just right amount of color changes that I don't get bored. Janine says, I love the video of one of the kittens trying to catch his reflection. Well, I think that's what he was doing. I think he was trying to, yes, I saw that video as well. And I don't know whether you watched that bit, Janine. Because kitten one, I don't know which is which. Maybe Rachel can shed some light. But the one was kind of interacting with something outside the window. I was thinking maybe some sort of birds or something outside, and he was trying to catch, but there's a window glass panel, obviously. He will learn, or maybe it's the girl. But did you see the bit? There's another little paw behind the first kitty and try to play with the tail at the same time. It's just like the second kitty. It was just so cute. And the two young ones, you know, little baby ones, they get along as well. They're going to grow up together being besties, and I love it. Because if you just have one cat and they, you know, and the cat has to kind of adapt to the new environment. But when they're two, they have company. All right, this one over here. Okay, 36. So this one is slightly more earthy green. And I'm trying to figure out why I have these two stitches. Okay, number 4, only 2 stitches. Number 4. So Chelsea, you have cat as well. So you have a doggy and you have cat as well. I'm surprised because you were asking about pet insurance. I'm just thinking, if you have animals, you probably would have an insurance. Rachel says, Cecilia. Oh, so she was the one that's trying to catch. But yes, I think the cat, Cecilia, looked like she was trying to catch a bird flying through or something like that. One day, they'll probably catch one for real. Lovely. 4, number 4. Jeanine says, my cat was so happy when we got home. When I was stitching, he came right up to me and meow, the loudest I ever heard. Oh, so you went away on holiday, wouldn't you? So who was looking after the kitty? I think that was probably not a welcoming sound. Maybe it was complaint and saying, what were you doing leaving me for 3 days? I had to eat dry food, you know, it was no fun. I want prawns. I think that's what the cat was saying. It wasn't purring, okay? It wasn't meowing. It was just official complaint. Next thing, he's probably going to report you to RSPCA. 22. So Chelsea has 1 dog and 2 cats. Wow. And the dog was raised by the cats. That's nice. Yes, can you imagine? So the dog probably has a lot of cat habits. Chelsea says, I never heard of pet insurance till today. Really, Chelsea? But you work in insurance though. Wow, that's so interesting. So depending on where you got your cats and dogs, wow. I didn't know that. That was possible. How interesting. Yes, definitely, Chelsea. I'm talking as someone who got messed up for not having pet insurance. Definitely have it. I know it's not cheap monthly, but it's even less cheap if you need treatment for them. So definitely get it. 22. Oh, Michelle. Yes, you missed the chocolate time, but it's okay. You can make your own chocolate time. We can have some chocolate now. Rachel says, I don't have pet insurance for any of my cats. I have 7. And unless something happens, emergency, it's same or less to put away $50 or so a month for vet care for each. Wow, that's really brave though. Because if you have 7 cats, the likelihood of one of them needing treatment would be 7 times higher than maybe somebody has one cat, right? Well, it really depends on how much they charge, for pet treatment in the US. Over here, definitely it's not worth it not to have insurance because they charge you a fortune. Even just a simple visit for them to have a checkup, even without any treatment, just taking your cat or dog to see a vet, they would charge you, my local vet will probably charge me about maybe 60 to 70 pounds, probably about 50 or 60 pounds to be fair, if there's no treatment. But most of the time they probably will give you something like a tablet or something, or maybe some sort of checkup. And we're talking about a couple of £100 per visit, easily. They can always find something to do. They can always go, well, maybe you need to have this test or that test just in case. just in case, and which is fine, you know, because you want to make sure that you know, it's all covered. But we're talking about a few £100 very easily. And maybe, you know, you have to bring them back for another checkup afterwards, you know. So maybe it's different in America, but I definitely wouldn't have, you know, pets without pet insurance. Chelsea says all three just kind of showed up and claimed me. I'm not sure if the fur baby gave a choice. Well, same here. All my cats, they kind of just found me in some way. Other than maybe the first cat I had, Mr. Pancake, I got him through somebody advertising somewhere to say, well, they have a litter of cats, you know, they're open for adoption. And I just went there. Otherwise, most of my cats, they kind of just found me from the garden. 63, or through some sort of, you know, connection with friends like Dolly and Molly. There were sisters, and let me see, 63, 33, and a friend of mine told me about them. They were from a family next door from her, and yeah, and I saw them on FaceTime, and that was it. I had 2 more cats. Oh, over here. Good. Rachel says pet insurance is 60 to 80 a month average. Then you have to pay for a deduction or coin or insurance. Yes, that's why I was talking about that. It might probably, you know, put people off helping animals because of the insurance you have to pay. I remember Laura. I don't know how Laura is doing, but Laura had like nearly 20 cats. So I don't know how she managed, whether she had insurance or not. I hope she's doing well. Betty says in the US, if you have or can get care credit, most animal hospitals will accept it. What is care credit? Is this some sort of discount you can get for pet treatments? That would be nice if there are some sort of ways to, you know, cut the costs. Jeanine says that's cheap. A visit for my pet, annual checkup and shots, $210. Okay, so if shots are involved, over here I'm trying to think for maybe 2 different shots. I don't remember. We're probably talking about, I can't remember now, but probably £120, something like that, for a checkup and shots. But I think checkup is relatively simple. If you're talking about medical treatments, you know, it requires x-rays, tests, blood tests, and all sorts of things. And sometimes when it comes to maybe suspecting cancer or whatever, they have to do so biopsy builds up very quickly. I mean, even with, you know, pet insurance, you still have to pay premium on top of a share of the cost as well. So it's not fully covered. You still have to pay probably 20 to 30%, depends on what it is. So that's on top of the insurance. Chelsea says Care Credit is a health-orientated credit card. It works as some people, doctors too. Oh, and so they have a version for pets as well, is it? Betty, is that what you're talking about? Care Credit is basically credit for healthcare. Right, for both humans and pets. So is it a credit card? Does that mean eventually you have to pay back, but they give you kind of a buffer zone? Because credit cards, eventually you have to pay back. So, but if that is some kind of deduction, that would be very nice, wouldn't it? I've never heard of anything like that here. I'm not aware there's anything like that. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jackie James says, my dog a few years ago was being sick and diarrhea. He couldn't even keep water down. I took him to the vet out of hours, and now on New Year's Eve, they kept in overnight. It cost £1,000. Yes, I'm not surprised, particularly if they need to be kept with the vet. So yes, 1,000. Well, overnight care probably wouldn't take that much, but we're talking about other things as well. They probably needed to give the dog infusion as well, particularly when it comes to diarrhea. So it adds up very quickly. Yes, you're quite right, Jackie. So it's not for faint-hearted. No, definitely get insurance. And there's some treatments they have to refer you to specialists as well. And that's where that's a real cost, starts. Oh yes, Sanad, of course, you have 27. You're the one that broke Laura's record. Yes. Yes, of course, Sanad's got 27 cats. So do you have insurance for all of them? What is your strategy when it comes to treatments? Because I was talking about, Rachel has 7 times higher risk opportunities to have, having to visit the vets. Sana has 27 times higher than someone who has 1 cat like me. $63. Yes, I know, Jackie. And I really learned it the hard way because when I left college and, having my own place for the first time, I rushed to get a cat first. And I didn't have a lot of money at the time and I was pretty sort of, clueless. And I didn't have insurance for ages and no one actually told me about it. I don't know how how it happened. I was just thinking about, I want a cat. And that's it. So when Mr. Pancake first got sick, I went to the vet and realized how much it was involved. And I wasn't earning a lot at that time. So I got to the point I had to borrow money from my family, which I really didn't want to do. I was an independent person, but I just couldn't afford it. The specialist treatment was no joke. We're talking about thousands. And not giving him that treatment was not an option for me. I wouldn't be able to live with it myself. So that was rough. So from that point on, I learned in a very tough way. I make sure that I get insurance. 68. I mean, even with insurance, there's still quite a lot of payment you have to make. 68, because some treatments, they're not covered fully. 68. So as they say, there's no such a thing as a poor vet, okay? They're not starving. That's what I'm saying. Sana says, but vets don't cost that much here. So Sana, you were in Belgium, right? If I remember correctly. So the vet is not expensive there, really? Or maybe in comparison, because maybe in Belgium everything's expensive and the income is higher. So it kind of evens out. Yes, vet treatment here, you just don't know because they just come up with a number randomly. There's no market rate. They can charge you whatever they want. Over here, let me have a look. There. Ah, Rachel, so it is like credit card. So they give you some buffer zone, maybe just give you enough resources so you can pay for the treatment, but ultimately you have to pay everything back. Okay. So it's not terrible, if you have that, at least, little bit of extra money that you can pay for emergencies. But ultimately, you still have to pay everything back. Santa says in July, another cat was hospitalized and admitted for 2 days, IVs and blood tests. It cost €350. And the blood test was actually the most expensive part. 2 days, 350. That sounds reasonable because if you have to stay over, they do charge you for a lot. And if they need to give you some sort of infusion, yes, it's not cheap, but it's not the worst I've heard of. Lynn says, Yogi, Molly is insured, not cheap, but it will cost a lot more not being insured. Exactly, Lynn. Yes, that's the problem. So either way, we're fucked, okay? But you're less fucked if, you have insurance. And sincere apologies for the swear words, but it's kind of what it is, If you're not insured, you're totally fucked. Betty says care credit and has always been low interest or none at all, and if paid within a time frame. Okay, just like credit card. And so that credit is offered, credit card is offered to everybody, right? Or do you have to apply for it and get qualified? Yes, Alyssa, yes, you got me. Because I use swear word carefully, only when I really mean it. And I think it was appropriate. I couldn't find an alternative, more gentle way of putting it. I know. And Sola says Discover has a program called Discover Credit. If the charge is over 150, you can pay over 6 months if you pay it off, and in that time it's interest free. So that's credit cards for human, right? I suppose that can be used for pet care as well, I presume. But why would Discovery as a channel, because Discovery is a documentary channel, why would they be fiddling with credit cards? How does that work? Is it like a side gig? They just do that for, you know, for a little bit extra income. Sandra says, no, we don't have insurance because that's per cat and will cost more than the vet costs me now. If something happens, we're sorted out right and then there. I think, Sandra, if you have 27, that's probably how you have to do it, right? Because if you pay for monthly, I don't know how much it costs in Belgium, that's going to be a lot, monthly. So you're probably going about it the right way if you have 27 of them. And it's a little bit of a gamble. Eventually, one way or the other is going to be costly, right? So, yes. So it's a different kind of approach. I get it. Sandra says, we're really lucky to have a vet who's also thinking along with us. She's also going to look into how she can make it cheaper. Wow, that's very nice. It's very different from our vet here. Our vet here, they just charge you, a lot of vets are really, really nice people, but I think it's just the way the clinics, they're operated. It's all, they don't go easy on making profit. Let's put it that way. It doesn't change the fact that there are some very nice vets, but it's just that overall as a industry, they can just charge you whatever they want. Okay, I am going to end this one here. And it's 12:20 now. I think I'll do one more color. And I think it's going quite well, isn't it? Look at this. This whole bed wasn't there before. Quite thrilled. Not quite in the, evil eye region, but I think we're getting there. Sandra says, we went to get some nose drops for one of the cats. Ready-made cost €18. Homemade was, what? 70, it is cent euro. Hang on a second. What's the homemade nose drop? So even €18 isn't that bad for treatment. Exactly, Sola. Sometimes the word applies. Yes, I only swear when I really, really mean it. Chelsea says, I just realized I don't think I've heard you swear before because I don't. I don't swear because some people do it like a habit. It's just their part of their expression, but I don't. It's not my normal vocabulary. But when I mean it, I go for it. Jenny says you need good credit for credit card. I was denied, and my credit at the time was not terrible. Maybe too many stamp kids, right, Jenny? Maybe that's what it is? all the phantom stamp kids Janine has done. All right, I'm going to pick my last one here. Let me have a look. Let me pick one color I really like. Oh, this one is good. A green, yes. 96. Let's do a green one. 96. It's a lovely green. Oh, it's Discover card, not Discovery. Okay, I was thinking the Discovery TV channel. I was thinking, why are they fiddling with credit cards like a part-time job? Right. Two different companies. Fair enough. Sincere apologies, Discovery. It's not you. It's called Discovered Credit Card. Okay. Jackie James says, I think I heard they're looking into what vets charge and are trying to set a cap on what they can to charge in England. It's about freaking time. I was about to swear again. No, seriously, they need some sort of regulation because it feels like they just charge whatever they want, and sometimes it varies. I really only have maybe locally in the current area. I only have two main vets that I've been to, and the charges vary slightly. One is slightly lower than the other, but there is no market rate. They can just do whatever they want. And that shouldn't be like that, you know? And it's about time they look into it. Seriously. Betty says I heard shit one time. I said that just because it's on the comment, okay? It wasn't me saying shit. Oh, I said it one more time. Sincere apologies. Little kids, if you're watching Yogi, do not do what I do. And just do what I say, okay? Do not swear, okay? Be nice. 1, 2. Let me just plug this in. All right then. This is my last color. 96, whatever it is a green. Sola says, I used to know a guy, sweetest guy, loved him, but every other word was the F-bomb. He had the dirtiest mouth. Some people say it as part of, it's almost like, you know, people saying, or, you know, whatever. It's just part of what they say, but that's not me. I use it appropriately when I need to, when I just simply cannot find any other expression. Yes, family show, family show. Sola says we have not had that experience with vets. The ones I have known would try hard to work with you, but they want your pet to be healthy. Oh, my local vets are great. You know, definitely no complaint on their you know, kindness and compassion. But I think, you know, it's different when it comes to charging. There's very little they can do because they're, you know, the money is not necessarily going to their pockets, but you know, whatever the vet as a clinic charge is whatever they want, really. At least it feels like that. Maybe they have some sort of reason, but there's no reason that you know, every little thing costs like £100 or something. There's some very good vets, and they work really long hours. You know, I've seen vets just working through like entire day and still smiling at everybody. I don't know how they do that. And sometimes they have to, you know, do very hard things. They have to put animals to sleep, and they have to go back and continue to do what they do. And you know, it's really, really tough job, definitely. You have to be emotionally so strong as well. And no chance I would be a vet. You know, I couldn't even volunteer in shelter. One of my friends, she's been volunteering in a local shelter for years. And I really wanted to do that, but I couldn't because I would probably just be crying every single time. Because, you know, there'll be animals, they're sick and stuff like that. Okay, I'm gonna do just a few more stitches here. I know, Janine, same here. Janine says, I could never be a vet. I'll cry too much. Definitely, no chance. No chance. No. And I've got 8 more stitches to go. But I think same with being a doctor, isn't it? Or being a surgeon. You cannot faint, you know, looking at blood, and or people have injuries. And some people are made to be that kind of, you know, doctors. Not everybody can do it. But thank God, some people can. One, two, three. Okay, the last 4 stitches. Rachel says vets have the highest suicide rates of any profession in the US. Serious? Really? Why would that be? I would have thought it's quite fulfilling if you're, you know, robust enough to be a vet. Is that true though? I thought dentists were the highest suicide rate. We need to Google. We need to Google. I've never heard of that actually for the vet. I would have thought vet is more fulfilling as a job, because most people are grateful, you know, for their vets to take care of their animals. Human doctors is more tricky. Okay, this is my last bit. Oh, that's a beautiful color. I love it. Gonna end it here. Chelsea says, I think it's due to compassion fatigue. Oh, for the vet. Because I have read dentists where they have the highest suicide rate because nobody likes dentists. Most of the times, you know, you go to dentists, you listen to the machines and all the smell. 96. So I don't know. I think, you know, probably for all doctors it's stressful, isn't it? Because you're dealing with human suffering every single day. And that's why not everybody can do it, right? There you go. Have a look at this. What have we got here? And so today, the new beginning for this piece, okay? So ignore this bit, okay? Let's pretend all this has not happened. And this is where we are. So today my goal was to start picking stitches from here and in a more conservative way, because this piece, as you can see, I've been quite adventurous with traveling, and it's probably going to get me in trouble at some point, if not already. And so I'm going to change my approach here. And for the next new sessions, I'm going to focus on this evil crab here, and hopefully to stitch it, and the curse will go away. All right. I think it's doing really well. Look, I've got this foundation built up already, so I'm very happy. And so this is going to come back as one of my webs in my rotation, and I'm looking forward to stitching it. I really love it. Let me show you the mock-up if you haven't seen it already. Have a look. And if you weren't here in the beginning, you probably don't know where I'm stitching at all, right? So let's have a look at the app here. Let me zoom out. So this is where I am. I'm at the very bottom and very center of the piece. And if you're wondering why my chart is blank, I wiped it clean with a bin option. My own fault. Okay, so I'm trying to rebuild the stitches on the chart as well. So both ends on the fabric, trying to correct all the stitches, but also trying to put all the stitches back slowly, one block at a time. So today we're here, and this is what I've done. This might contain a few more stitches because I actually marked a few more stitches on the left here, but roughly should be relatively correct. So guys, are you ready? Let me, oh, Monique is coming forward with 320. I would say whatever number you come up, minus about 10 stitches, because I had to mark a few more stitches on the left here. So let me count down to 3, 2, are you ready? 1, boom. Oh, really? Serious? Guys? So, okay, maybe you need to ignore a few more, because I marked the initial, maybe about 15 stitches of the blue one, so I knew where to start. So let's minus about maybe 25 stitches to 30 stitches. But still, look at that, it's not bad. Maybe I have done over 400 today. Even if you minus 51, right? It's still 400. That's not bad at all. Round of applause for Yogi. Welcome back, Yogi. Yes, Susan. Well, yes, Samantha. Not quite alien, okay? Not quite alien, but I am very pleased. I'm very pleased. I know. For Yogi, this is Yomari territory. Oh, isn't it? I think Yomari is kind of back a little bit, isn't it? So minus 50 is still over 400. Round of applause. Yes, very nice. And thank you for your company. I know, alien. Yes. For slow stitching, level. It's alien territory for sure, and let's hope it's not going to be a one-off, and we'll continue to build the stitches, and it's going my way. It's going my way for tackling this evil crab here. So thank you for your company today. It's let me have a look. It's 12:30 UK time, and from the sleepy London town with my London bus here, Yogi's going to sign out. And tomorrow is our Amy Sao, isn't it? Yeah. And we will come back with a project from Amy Stewart and Stitch Together. And thank you. And good night, everyone, wherever you are, day or night. And love you all. I'll see you tomorrow for our Amy Sao. Bye-bye. Nighty-night.